Howdy. Before this, I had all sorts of thoughts just running in and out of my head. Things to say, feelings, all that deal. Yet push comes to shove, I can't think of anything. Mine's empty. I mean, I suppose first things first, for those not in the loop, Zaum, like ZA/UM, the original creators of Disco Elysium, have sort of been pushed out. Or, like, the original studio leads. Involuntarily, they said. And, like, I don't know. Like I said, I had all these thoughts just in my head about this, and push comes to shove, I can't seem to phrase them any way that I like, any way that satisfies me. The person who assembled most of the core team pushed out, and 3 members were just sort of pushed out. This is also a way that I learned that there's 1, a sequel in development for Disco Elysium, and 2, a show. The show, I kind of feel is a bit unnecessary, wholly unnecessary, really. But the sequel, initially I was like, the first, I mean, from what I've experienced so far, the first game seems to stand great on its own, so why would a sequel need to be made? But, you know, the more I think about it, the less and less I think about if is it necessary, and more like, it's just a shame. Like, whether something is or is not gonna be made, that's beyond my control. Do I think it should be made? I don't know. I really don't. That would sort of, my opinion on a sequel would sort of be predicated on how the sequel quality is. And since some of the core members ain't gonna be leading the helm, I don't think I'll ever be able to give an answer. Whatever will be put out, it could be developed with, I mean, most of the team probably still there. So they'll be developed a similar level of quality, maybe. Different direction. Perhaps mandates will make it lower quality. All these what ifs, all these things that I can't think about it. No, I can. It's just that I can't recognize it on a deeper level. I mean, the person like said they dissolved like the cultural association of Zaum. Said no longer founds the ethos it was founded on. I don't know. It's a unique situation that it just leaves you in a way that you can't ever really feel. I'm not sure. I really. What if I focused on all the what ifs, all the. Let's just move on to the game. All right. It's. I have got a lot of thoughts, most of which I'm not sure how to put together. Either way, she said she's busy rebooting the computer.
I say found in the trash a cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Okay, I'm tempted. Last time we did this, we just knocked out. And maybe she'll disappear if we go again, so let's just read the case file. Because it said, like, wait for the reboot.
It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
Okay, half an hour to piece one together. The unsolvable case.
AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable.
Okay. I mean, given the person I am, it seems like I would be willing to take that on.
You were so drunk, you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. That, or you were high.
I was more like so obsessed, more like so work obsessed. I like signed on thinking I could do it, but he could. Again, Harry could do it. Or Harry's probably felt like he could do it. But I mean, that also explains that.
Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away. Because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration.
Huh. I mean, it is small scale.
The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression.
I mean, okay, you don't have to jab me like that. I mean, is there now another solution?
You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is.
I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Threatening, fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years.
That's kind of funny. You go to a gang asking them, hey, could you, take out these guys who have just been just sort of real annoying, just kind of a jackass. And then you just like here. Just go to him and be like, here, we'll be an even bigger jackass. That'd honestly be kind of funny.
It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Leslie will take his pants off. Public indecency.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger.
Really? Okay, hold on. Okay, that's... Okay. There. Think it's okay?
He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer is also drunk. Way more drunk than Burke there. And let's be fair, you also have party eyes.
Meaning I'm high.
You slam the hardened plastic board in his face, then proceed to beat him unconscious with it.
Christ.
In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke.
Ah.
Kill them. They broke it.
Thank you, Avalanche.
The compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore.
Oh boy.
Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved. Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read? Not much has changed in the meanwhile.
That is... Holy... 5 different ways of insane.
What is it?
I didn't really think, did I?
You just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Yeah, alright. But, who exactly are
I
you?
am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages.
Ooh.
If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Ah.
That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
Have you seen a woman named
What?
Ruby?
No, no one's suspicious around here.
She has not seen her, sire. 'Tis true.
Have you seen the weird guy in the ceiling?
No? Yes.
I mean, sounds like, you know, I mean, I wouldn't be, I'm not worried about it anyway. He sounds... He's seen you.
And?
Yeah, okay, probably not a
No.
big deal.
You're right. I'm not.
No, I'm not saying you're not a big deal. I'm talking about the guy. Either way, why are you in a church?
You really like those questions, don't you?
I'm a detective. Part and parcel.
They're bloodshot. She really hasn't been getting much sleep lately, has she?
Yeah. I need to make sure you're not hiding Ruby.
I'm not. It's just me and the crab man. I'm just doing some research. That's all.
Huh?
I'm
What
looking
kind?
for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Excuse me? Oh, like the sound thing.
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
So it's connected to the data loss.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
And what exactly would a hole in the world detail?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
Huh. 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 I guess that's kind of right. I mean,
What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
That is a good question that I don't exactly got an answer for.
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
If there's one hole, does that mean there's more?
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But how do I figure it out?
But yeah, if it's nothing, how do we talk about... It's like antimatter. Well, I mean, antimatter is just the opposite of matter, which it's not exactly nothing. It's like a negative nothing. It's like a negative something. So I guess it's still something. Like how a negative number still technically has value. So antimatter is not really a good example. Unless that is how it works, and it is literal nothing. I don't really know. But in this case, it's a literal hole in all of existence. So it would be a literal nothing. How do we measure that?
Measure it by its surroundings. By that which does exist. Which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence. To find out where it begins.
Okay, so that's why I suspect it. Is it like a black hole?
But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
Yeah. You have any idea where it could be located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark, most of the tower disappearing into the shade. Strange things may flourish in the dark.
That's right.
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
And that's where the guy lives. I like how we just called him the Crab Man.
I know.
So could I mean, I don't think he's responsible.
No, I don't.
Is the processing?
You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
I don't really know much about anything.
Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
Wait.
On the front, the unified front of radio waves, licensed and controlled by Lintel in the East Insulindic region. It's all around us. That's what on air means.
Processing via radio wave. Okay. Thank you, YouTube, for having a bad connection. Alright, now we play the waiting game. I'm a bit ready to just tanking. Come on. Where's the people? Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna go check. Alright, I've tried the best I could. But I'm still not sure if it's on YouTube's end or not.
Like love.
Yeah, okay, on air. So, perform operations up on air. On the front.
I guess it is.
Cloud computing?
So far, I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable.
So, maybe.
But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieux dedicated to that sort of thing.
Yeah, let's fix it
She
up.
liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
Those bowls of
They
water.
are connected to my RAIN prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Where in my heart.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
And what you're actually
I'm
doing
working.
is...
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casting her face in a strange shadow.
On what?
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do. And you're not helping.
I mean, that was made for government
So
use.
you do know something about computers. You're right. Prefect is used mostly by the government peeps.
Okay, so mostly.
Because I needed something good for my investigation, and Reims Civic is widely agreed to be below all standards. So I had to upgrade.
And how'd you do that?
Besides, owning a Reims prefect isn't such a big deal anymore.
No, actually, it is kind of a big deal. You don't see Ream prefects in every police department, for example.
And you got your hands on
I
a how?
know a friend of a friend who used to freelance for the Coalition. I was actually aiming for the military-grade Reim Rational series, but couldn't find one. Prefect is mainly based on the same technology as Reims Civic, so it's kind of a rip-off. But it does have better compatibility with newer antenna models, so I won't complain.
I won't
Great.
touch anything.
The Swallow, you mean? Great. Thanks.
Alright.
Yes, what is it? What?
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
What are you? The
Maybe
future
I had
dance
to be
music.
on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music. This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub.
I know what they
Take a
wanna
guess,
build.
why don't you? I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming
Yeah,
entrepreneurs,
yeah.
will you? Thanks.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
Come on, Kim. What is your sense of wonder? And also, there has to be a way to just sort of get that feeling. And not feel. Oh, whatever. But okay, our connection problem seems to just sort of leveled out. And I'm just gonna save all the time now because of what happened last time. Where it just suddenly crashed and had to do all that over again.
Hello again.
Ah.
Hello again.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I'm sorry.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
It's like us, people who built the world failed for you.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
What is? Okay, I'll stick to it. So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
Me?
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want.
Boy, dear. I mean, CowboyTuba is the name after all. But this ain't me, is it? Doing something.
What is it?
Fooling people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress?
I mean, slow and steady is nice.
Okay. So you're not that upset, it sounds like. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And you're sure it's social progress you're distressed about, and not, I don't know, some chick?
And that's probably more like it. I would've gone with that.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay. Why'd you think that? There you have it then, chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
Everything.
Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her?
Next to nothing, I'm afraid.
Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
Whether because the strong reaction come
How
from.
come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
I got so horrifically drunk. I got complete amnesia.
Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too.
Yeah, you don't gotta lie
It's
to me.
obvious she's done more than booze.
Yeah.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What's that?
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
No, thanks so.
You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad.
That it does.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
It's because it keeps saying none of the above, isn't
It's
it?
also about that, but it's also more. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin. But something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the kingdom of conscience.
Like a centrist? I think not.
That's a pity. Real democracy was just around the corner for Revachol. All the leading citizens are waiting there, without you.
Although that reminds me, I wanna opt in. I passed this by. I wanna opt into this
You
lot.
see that seagull up there? Exactly. Think about the seagull's story. Then their paradise became... No time for that sentiment. You have. The body remembers.
Okay, I guess I'm a
Own
seagull.
it. Steal hot dogs. Shit in the sand.
Oh, it heals me.
Whatever
Well,
it
whatever.
takes to keep going.
Okay, so it just would have been an interaction to heal me. I was thinking it would have been a thought. Bad news,
Hi
guys.
again. So, how are things going?
Checked out.
And? What happened?
I talked to the guy.
Man. Who is he? What did you think?
He was a spiritual guy.
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
He's, well, I mean, like spiritual people would think. He's just preaching and praying.
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem? Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him?
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
Actually, he said he wouldn't
I
mind.
don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
I mean, that sounds like more of an attraction. Like, he doesn't really care.
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah!
I still gotta do your maze.
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her? A programmer? That's
Yeah,
odd.
he was a programmer.
What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She didn't like it.
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity? Unity! Dance!
She has her own
And
project.
you can't just evict her?
Wait, I can't. I'm not doing that. We gotta find up a solution.
Look at you, Honor Man!
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
Exactly.
Lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
He can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like anodic dance music?
Afraid not.
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
I'm not gonna throw her out, but I can try convincing her.
Excellent! Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair
Alright.
holds up a Harman Welshi tape player, nodding as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secret.
Okay, you know what? Let's just say nothing to him.
Hardcore!
Hardcore.
Hardcore to the mega!
Mm-hmm.
Internally coherent!
Yeah.
Encore! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hmm.
Hardcore! Ah!
Oh, yeah. Agonized roar. I'm a little
The
worried.
question
Hey,
is, what is the question? But there was no question.
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think? The young man with the tape recorder acknowledges your return. When he looks at you, he squints as though you were the setting sun.
This is hardcore!
Hmm?
Hardcore!
Hmm.
Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent!
Mm-hmm.
Encore! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore! Ah!
Hardcore. Is it? It is.
What is it? I mean, really?
The question is, what is the question?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
The skin on your back is crawling. For a second, you can't even hear the music anymore.
Oh. Ooh, I don't know why, but it shivers down my back. As if we really connected and can speak to one another, and what he really has to say is something beyond.
There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane, right next to the canal. Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
You think
There's
something's wrong?
nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore.
Alright.
Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last months, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51.
Isn't something holding it back from being hyper?
It's like it's only ultra.
I would think Ultra is better than Hyper.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
If
Yeah.
anything, it sounds a bit proto, like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
That's
Wow!
pro.
Culture cop! I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be?
What could? My nose. That hurts. We could make it
What?
hardcore.
Guys, there's something happening in his head.
As your mind works, the beat recedes from your ears. You hear your own blood pulsing through your head, nourishing your thoughts with oxygen. The rhythm is familiar.
Oh yeah! He's doing it!
Think
The
harder.
abstract shapes swelling in the foreground have done so in vain. This is a core matter. The answer in the double kick that moves the milliliters through your mind. The dark thud is the source of all rhythm, the inspiration behind mathematics. The hardcore.
I
Can't think of
know!
it.
So does mine!
But there's something else that hasn't failed you.
What is the
No!
question?
This is the answer!
I'm pleased. Actually, wait.
Oh, yeah!
Make my body.
No, that
Okay.
would be silly.
Alright!
Really physical instrument? Okay. Okay. Yeah. You know, I was thinking to myself, like maybe I should. Like you put something else on. Okay, so. And I guess I'll leave the bird in our action, and maybe I'll see what this thought has to say. I mean, if anything, it'll just unlock a thought, and I don't have to necessarily opt in. Or, I mean, take the thought.
Hello again. Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorned.
Sure, you know, whatever. I mean, it wasn't that important anyways. Okay, do I have anything else that could... Physical instrument, that's -2.
Hi again. So, and? What? Oh, man. Really? No matter. Yeah.
These guys will never catch him. You wouldn't.
I don't know, man. I guess it's everyone. Maybe. A programmer? What a pit. A shame. Unity! And you can't just evict her? Look at you. No, if that's okay with the line, at least Crab. Yeah, he can.
Egghead.
No worries. We'll figure it out. Excellent. Goodbye.
Okay, so there's that. And how that...
A young man, as though he was...
Hardcore, internally.
All car! All right!
He furrows his...
Hardcore! Ah!
Is it though?
It is.
What is it?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here.
I am the...
Could there have been a right way? The young man...
This is
Hardcore, internally.
All car!
He furrows...
Hard.
Is it though?
It is.
What is it?
Feels like you should reply with the very...
Under the raid. Back to the head. Hardcore.
Okay, maybe I gotta go the exact same path.
All car! All...
He furrows...
Hard.
The question is, what? But there was no...
Okay, now we go back.
True. Hardcore, internally.
All car!
He furrows...
Hard.
Is it though? What is it? I mean really. No, but seriously.
The skin, there is a hole. Don't be alarmed. Everything...
There's nothing... Sometimes isn't so... It's like...
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore. This is a
Psst. You can hear the would-be leader whisper to his friend. Don't let him know he doesn't.
fuck.
He seems sure, but you're...
All right!
Okay, so... Okay, so I need to... Is it giving me... Okay, so no, I needed the conceptualization.
The large-headed...
Good morning! There's not... Isn't something... It's like...
I think it's.
If anything, it sounds
Wow! I think you might be right. But how could... No! What?
as your mind works.
Oh, yeah!
The abstract, the heart.
I know!
But there's something...
Yeah!
Okay, now we put this shit back on.
The large-headed...
Good morning. Yeah.
You know it in your lungs.
Alright,
where
there we
the
go.
pressure should vibrate. In your heart that's alone. And in your solar plexus where the hits should land. So does every chordate animal.
Needs more bass.
What?
The young man makes a sudden move like he's about to turn the volume down. A melody is what makes a song stick, so you can't get it out of your head.
Wow! Okay! We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
I think he would, no?
I'm sorry. I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just the party boy.
He feels ashamed. He can't be of more service to the future of dance music.
I like it. Up to the police.
The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
Basically, what you need to find here. Yeah. Maybe.
There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain, right next to the canal. A reel of magnetic tape is caught in its branches, like bronze ribbons blowing.
Oh, I know! I know this! I can tell you where it is!
St. G is the boulevard before the canal bridge. The one that takes you to the whirling in rags and the industrial.
I knew that! I could have said that!
And the mosaic sign. But it's all blocked with that stupid traffic jam.
Does it?
Anyway,
Cutman!
Alright. I know what we gotta do. Okay, so... But first things first, we gotta talk to her. Again. Because making this music will be kind of pointless if we ain't got it. If we ain't got something. And then maybe I guess we'll have to dump another point of empathy.
Yes, what is it? I
Let's
don't
make
want
it
to
work.
make anything work.
Why's that?
Yes, anything. I don't want to. Good.
Alright. Suggestion. Really? I got nothing that buffs suggestion? I mean, the shirt takes away suggestion, so I guess a different shirt could work.
Yes, what is it?
Corroborate.
Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
Okay, you need help.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
She
Come on.
thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair.
All right. Bring me the game's offside copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself.
You mean this?
No, that's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need it.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an abandoned cubicle.
Okay, but still.
Okay, but the area of Fortress X in the Doom commercial
Yeah,
area.
that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady.
I've been.
Good. Then you might know the giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. The filament is inside the fridge. Just in the giant ice bear fridge.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
There's a note.
A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory?
Said by Sulislav.
Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Sulisław Jawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe. That feature creep and the Valley of the Heads. Like it would have made a difference. The offside copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous. And the heads... I won't even get into the heads.
Oh, we put a dead body. We put a dead body in.
Whose dead body?
You know, we don't actually have to tell the entire world about the fridge.
Ah, come on. I mean, come on.
Whose body is it?
Hangman. It was part of official.
You put it there? You put a dead body inside the ice bear fridge.
You warranted it.
Okay. Very cool. Thanks for keeping me in the loop.
See, Kim, that's why.
We would appreciate it if you kept this knowledge to yourself, miss.
Who would I tell? My mother? I don't have anyone to tell. And if I did, I wouldn't.
Either
I
way,
don't care.
found the maker. It's frozen.
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
Either way, what
The
don't you
bookstore
need?
lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means.
Why's that?
Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil.
It's only because
Yes,
of socioeconomic.
But she literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my lame civic. I'm not making this up.
You know what? Okay, you know, it's also
The
fair.
lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Wards. It looked like some Semenine magic.
It was.
It's a backup of my former employer's project.
She's making it extra simple for you.
Like,
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to...
Hold on. If it's called an off-site copy, then why is it still on-site?
yeah, why is it still on site then?
God, not this again. It is not on-site. It is in the basement. Perfectly safe and not connected to the front at all.
Basement? Sounds like it's technically still on-site.
Yeah, it is.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the back... We clear?
Sure.
This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain herself numerous times.
Yeah.
Thanks. And here's my Qualsund multi-tool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the offsite copy, then you can keep the Qualsund.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Kvalsund. This glorious multi-tool makes a regular pry bar completely obsolete.
Ooh. Now I gotta see. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's the junkyard. That's So Bad Guy's junkyard dog. Hold on. I gotta... Okay. Look, look. Look at that. Like a spitting image, ain't it? Alright. Yeah, no, this is just straight up the junkyard dog. Oh. Yeah, now I feel powerful. Okay. Okay, so there's also like a tape nearby by a tree. And so it's by the traffic jam. A tree by the traffic jam. Oh yeah, might as well go back and talk to Lena while I'm over here. Ah, there's our treat.
The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze.
Wait, like it's...
Just like promised, you've stood here for what seems like eons, guzzling the sickly fumes of lorries and carriages.
Multi-tool truly is multi. Karaoke. I got a +2 modifier for karaoke.
With slow and deliberate motions, pulling, bending, and unraveling, you manage to extricate the magnetic tape from the branches. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to re-spool it, so that you could hear what's on the tape.
What's the tape for?
Very good.
How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it? You could also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street. We shouldn't waste our time.
Good idea. He might have the tools. The tape projector in the pawn shop uses similar tape.
Yeah, right. And I'm sorry, Kim, that you don't understand the future of music.
Shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
Man, I was wearing the shirt during that time. So that -1, the conceptualization probably hurt. Speaking of... Hey, Roy.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
You know how to fix this?
You mean re-spool it? Yeah, I do, but...
And
I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty... worthless.
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
It could be the next thing for music.
What do you mean?
You know what Church Band is?
What about it?
You want to turn the music? Play. They call it. They want to play I Know the Dad music. It doesn't go hard enough. I need to help him go harder.
Is it any good? The music, I mean.
Nah, but this takes it to the next level.
You're really invested in this.
What can I say? I mean, it's unbelievable how thin the beat is. Nothing, no bass. It goes. This can make it hardcore.
Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though, so just sit back and relax.
Take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs.
Thank you, Roy.
Yeah, my pleasure. I do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility, okay?
I will. Thank you. You really are a big help, Roy. What a nice guy. Okay, so we got that. We're also gonna need this because it's just super dark in there. Hey, good thing I plugged that thing back in.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream.
A physical instrument. That's not the minus. That's only a +1. Really, these don't get...
This orange machine is buzzing like an old... This orange machine is buzzing. Ice squeaks beneath your Cavalzum multi-tool. But
I guess I'll have to put another level into it then. Having 7 points in. I'm supposed to defrost. Like she mentioned defrosting it. Maybe I just unplug it.
Only the black cable is something close to you.
Very smart. Opening the lid should...
This orange machine is dead still. It...
Okay. Now we put it back on.
This orange machine is dead still. Ice groans and
Finally.
howls under the strain of your giant Gewaltsund multi-tool until the lid cracks open. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep, a filament memory with the words "off-site copy" written on its side. Disappointment washes over you as you stare into the almost empty ice cream maker.
Thank you.
You gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding.
We should take it back to Miss Lucan and...
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious...
It'll literally tell her. And, you know, that's another thing. Like, we gotta go back. You know, okay, so we got a spool. Everything's really looking good. Okay. Oof. Yeah, that one's still... And this kind of smarts. Actually, let's see how that check with her would go.
Waves are beginning to...
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What's with the waves?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me.
Alright.
But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
Oh. I'll let you know. Which, I mean, that'll be later, but... First things first, we'll hand the tape to the Suna. She needs that, and it was kept in ice for it had to be kept in literal cold storage, and thank God it's winter. And cold wind makes my skin crawl.
Yes, what is it?
Off-site
Yes?
copy. There you go.
Thanks. Looks like it's the one.
Oh, wow.
Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
Wait, no. That's dangerous. She shouldn't do it.
I hope and
I have a
fine.
theory. Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment.
More precise.
Watch. What an intricate display of failure.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out.
Oh.
This is wrong. Machines shouldn't behave like that.
What was wrong with the film?
Sona doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something. For her morning star. Eyes scouring the millimeters.
Here. I found it.
Where's that?
Hold on.
It's numbers, some repeats. Let her
Just
do
give
her
me
work.
a second. I'm almost...
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
It's something.
Done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly.
You found the
I
coordinates?
found the coordinates.
She's beaming. You can feel it in your heart. Great job.
Congrats.
Thank you.
So, I mean, where is
There. In the swallow. Think you can help me again?
it? Yeah.
I need you to go move those water bolts for me. I need to double check my calculations.
You like moving things around. Moving things around is calming.
Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bolt 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bolt 5 centimeters. Thanks.
A third 2 centimeters left, with the right. 2 left, 5 right. I mean, okay, this is perspective. Which way is? Which ones are which?
It's awfully silent again, as if measurements have been marked down around the bolt. Oh boy, this is going to be good.
Oh, okay.
It moves like a ghost without creating some water. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall. Time to run back, or maybe walk.
Yeah, I will walk. This is exciting.
Yes, what is it?
Have we moved
Great.
it?
Everything should be aligned now.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
What's on?
Yeah. Nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes.
Wait, wow, I'm muted.
Honestly, I'm a little scared.
So would it just be silence?
I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist? What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is...
Yeah, we don't know what we're dealing with.
Maybe I'm just tired.
We gotta face it.
Yeah, you're right. Let's do it.
The lieutenant takes a step back, and then nothing. Nothing happens as Sona Lokanen-Kilda presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence. You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary. She doesn't talk. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus. One hand cupping the headphone.
Damn it. Yeah, nothing happened. Let's...
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extra.
No.
You found it.
No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something, if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up.
Silence is silence? You...
Okay. Okay, perception time. Need all the perception I can get. Facing Wikipedia. Do I have anything that's taken away? After this, check if anything's taken away. Okay.
Yes, what is it?
Let's try this.
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace. And then the pressure changes.
Wasn't me.
It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air.
I know that feeling.
What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wooden floor.
I think there's a
We
thing.
should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace.
But that could
You mean
help.
the speed freaks? Of course, the speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me?
I mean, if you wouldn't mind
I
moving
guess
in.
I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
Alright.
Sure. Let me know how it goes. Thanks, officer.
Oh boy, Josie's gonna like this. Froggy hat helps again. See, what are my old shoes giving me? 1 composure minus sub affair. Yeah, I could do with more composure. But alright.
The large-headed...
Good morning! Yeah! Pump it up!
Here you go.
Remix time! Tape goes here, into deck B.
A hand on his ear.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is big.
I found it in the tree.
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you. Ready?
Ready. Ooh. That's a bass guitar. Wow.
Wow! Here's that! The signs match perfectly! Now, if only we had the beat for the full assault, it would be unbelievably hyper!
Intriguing. The way I see it, Van Eyck based his remix on some famous original piece, like a folk song, something local. Seems you found an initial part with the main melody.
I think it's just happenstance. Chaos in action. Contingencies of our limited existence. That and Egghead's fantastic talent.
Yeah, that too.
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent is the key. Something mysterious is going on here.
Yeah.
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits!
It
Bring
does.
up the volume!
What about the bass? Do you have any ideas for that?
Yeah, I remember. You said it needs more bass.
You can't just leave it without a bass track.
You're right. Let's go.
Yo, the warrior! The warrior of dance music!
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out. I think the jam's already pretty ultra.
But it could be hyper hardcore!
The large-headed.
Good morning!
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Yes? What's the deal?
He needs to
We
speak
are
his new
grateful,
project.
Copman. You're an augury of a new era of anodic dance music.
Yeah, you're gonna have to share
That's
for a bit.
fine. We can manage.
Alright.
And you're still sure about keeping our little side business, right?
Come on,
Fine.
man.
We can make do. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours, maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
Alright then. Okay, so we got thoughts. Maybe Egghead is, I don't know, man. I can disguise. Dick? Egg? Maybe I should put my next one should go on Silver Fast. Since wait, I'm down 2. I mean, oh yeah, shirt. I mean, pants and yeah, okay. Okay, so I guess I'll put the next point in Silver Fair because like I'm down a point. Okay. Take a while, but pick up after they come in. This will take a bit. Okay, so yeah, I mean, the only thing we got left to do is check in with Elena, and then Old Fish Market at 22. So that's still a bit away. And I guess we can just read some more case files while we're waiting. I'd ask around about Ruby here, but once again, I just get that feeling, that like dreadful feeling down my spine when I think about it. Oh, and you know, and if we really need to kill some time, I could give some boost to Idiot Disco Spiral. Or Idiot Doom Spiral, there we go.
You keep coming back. Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco.
Thanks for the advice.
Very cool.
You find the box.
Economical, but
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here.
Okay, so I need a way to get that money. And you know, while we're here, we can finally find out what's in that thing, in this bit for the radio computer. And check up on Dice Maker too, I guess.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Okay, time. He shivers. I mean, that technically gives one shivers. Allergies.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for...
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
Okay, I think I know what
Didn't
film.
we already talk about this?
This isn't the Doom
What
commercial.
are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
This was a coal plant.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from?
It's a different address.
And what? Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
No one's
She
really safe.
starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
What?
Do you know what this is?
Lucky Charm?
It's a mourning ring. I made this when
Oh.
my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents.
Ah.
I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
You telling me this?
It wasn't just a jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
You know what? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it.
I don't know.
That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls.
Flashback to me just Like doing a dice roll to punch Measurehead in the head.
It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world. But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer. Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
You got any cursed dice?
What do you mean by cursed?
This is me.
Alright, how about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed die.
Yeah, alright.
Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
That's it. Thank you. Alright, no. We definitely have the 7 real for it.
Tiles on the cube are still smooth, like a smooth draw. The filament, the speaker comes to...
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Is this the production ship? Good. Please repeat the password. Good.
Really? She just used the same password?
Yeah, it's a common issue.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
That's it.
Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still with a quiet determination. The printer starts printing. A piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross of letters covers its surface.
I'm just getting a drink. Hot day. Then I'm gonna go for a walk after stream. Always do. Always pays to be hydrated.
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident.
Oh, it's a game studio. Fortress Accident. That's not that bad of a name.
The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule. Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists.
Ooh, bulk.
There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts.
Ooh, 2 marketing experts?
And a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. But on the other hand, their obligations were piling up at an inhumane rate, a rate that could only be amended by Pyrrolidon.
Not sure about that, Electro.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money.
It gets like that.
The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Ria, but then came the delays.
Ooh. Ooh, yeah, that's where
Eventually,
it hurts.
the damage reached 400,000 Ria, with only half of the game finished. 400,000 Real? You're my yo. These guys knew
You're my yo.
Let's
Look at
just
the
say
money.
it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
And the schedule?
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
What happened?
It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million Real game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination.
That's a story I know all too well.
They couldn't.
Earned by ambition.
Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The what?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Suliswav Jalisa, decided that what Whirl Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map.
Okay, hold on, I'm stretching. Yeah. Important to stretch. Keep yourself limber. Alright.
This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
How many were there?
So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
Christ. Like 10,000 party members?
Do
How many
you
is
really
it?
want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
I'm not getting that much time. No, keep going. Keep going.
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest. He's dying for a cigarette. Come to think of it, you are too.
No, I'm not. No, we gotta keep going. Oh, we gotta see the whole number.
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
It's gonna stop. You see, the static's on, and that's it.
And that's it.
That's what did it mean.
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
And that's what Una mentioned.
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Egonian investors pulled the plug.
Yeah, I mean,
what is
production
clear
schedule
is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the World Untethered project was being compiled that day.
Being compiled? It was about to be launched?
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
It wasn't like a backup of the game?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
And it says?
Lukanen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch.
Ooh.
I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal. Her former colleagues would agree with you.
She was a... Or no.
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
Notes
4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye. Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Casting the framework in a soft... Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of... The filament slides out of...
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
It's what's in this game studio, Fortress Action.
Yes, I got that. What I meant was, what were they trying to achieve with this damn game? What were their ambitions? Because this here looks rather advanced.
He has respect and curiosity for this failed endeavor. This is way above your tiny little policeman head.
Legendary failure. I'm not an
Okay,
artist.
well, I think...
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Anyone done that?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
Temporary research bonus. All red checks fail. Christ. I mean, what would I even get from that? I don't know, but I mean, that sounds like...
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Ooh. But it's like the world's like largest D&D
His
game.
fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. He's a little hooked. Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
This is a role-playing
Indeed,
game.
those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... Yes, especially in here.
And it's just one of those things.
Okay, let's keep moving.
And then let's leave, check up on Lena, and then we, like, a bit later, we gotta hug. Why can I still look in here?
A few bricks have fallen off.
Okay. Now then we check in with Lena. But then I guess we read some more cases. Oh wait, so now I know it's the person's name now.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
In his eyes, an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold.
Ow.
It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon. The road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways. It forms a crisscross pattern across the land.
And where's it lead?
Above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending sprawl of Forburg, high above buildings, new and old, the air filled with the rumble of motor engines. To the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revershaw, through the checkered fields of farmland, upstream to the River Esperance, past Montmartin, the border approaches.
And through the border?
You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. A gale blows across your cheeks. It is cold. Before you stands a tall lorry driver with sad eyes.
Excuse me?
A flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve.
I get longing. I've had a similar feeling since I've woken
Man,
up.
I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home. Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much, on another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. I can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows. What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Cop Man? You missing someone?
No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I miss him, but
I
don't
feel
remember.
for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside.
It really doesn't.
But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone, and I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
Thank you. Okay, conceptualization. I'm still waiting. Let's see. Wait, how did I miss on having conceptualization earlier? Either way, this doesn't have nearly enough points for me. Ah, the sounds of the horn. Oh man, this would have been a great time.
Hello, dear.
It was Morale.
Thank you for doing that, dear.
Her smile is wary. Her earlier ebullience has left her.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him.
I mean, it's for the best.
I'm sorry, dear. You've had to drudge through them so many times. Such is field work. A young person's game, as they say.
It really is.
Her voice is shaky. What is going on here?
Who's gonna
Morel
check?
will eventually, or we'll talk Gary into going back out, perhaps.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
Let's on to
That
the bridge.
really is too much, sweetie. Thank you for your dedication, but I can see you're coming down with a cough yourself.
Am I?
Fuck that cough. It's not happening. The insides of your lungs are lined with tobacco, a powerful antibacterial agent. You are unstoppable.
Endurance? That ain't how that
Very
works.
strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given up.
Yeah, you seem
Different? How?
You've given up.
I'm in doubt, sweetie. That's all. Everyone is now and then.
About what?
It's a strange feeling. I haven't really told this to anyone, but you are a police officer.
This is true.
And when a police officer asks, you must answer.
Come on, authority.
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just that? A story? Or a dream?
Hunching her shoulders now. She seems even smaller than she is. Like a sad young girl.
Seeing the Insulindian phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was real or not.
And
Morel's so proud of it. He always tells everyone.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
Seem to believe it though.
No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. Morel was so eager to believe my story was evidence of the phasmid's existence that I'm some queen of the cryptozoologists. That. And for years, his belief made me believe too. But now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was.
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything.
A suggestion.
Yes, I should go now. Poor Morel is running a fever. I need to get him home to Jamrock before we overstay our welcome. Oh
Any
no,
help?
thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is gas-powered.
Be careful.
You too, sweetie.
A waste of time. A lie. A fool's like that. She drives off. The gas engine sputters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside,
We should go to...
somewhere out there, a kilometer to the southeast, a gust of wind shakes.
Oh well. It's a regret, but I got nothing, man. It's done is done. Okay, so 8 hours. It was around 18, so I put it around 19, 2, 3, Okay, so if it counts a night, then we should be done around then. So I'm gonna keep this. Oh right, this also gives the thing of empathy.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. It takes about half an hour to piece one together. Using the system you've it would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
What?
That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead.
The sequence?
Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? Don't worry. One day you may still catch the man with the square gun.
Okay, next world meal.
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. Cause of failure: rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class." People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case.
Alright.
The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
I know who came up
The
with it?
case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next?
Okay, come
Or
on,
are we
fine.
done?
Couch in unexpected
Some
locations.
assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it.
I mean,
in the
alright.
middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
Like rock
Yes,
stars.
as you've said here, insufferable rock and roll assholes.
Oh.
Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it was.
But is there a difference between sofa and couch?
They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved.
Yeah. Did I catch him?
No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next?
I mean, yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. Murder at the hookah bar.
Murder. Tum 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 at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
How did he die?
Beaten to death by a throng of Villa Lobos gang members when him and his partner JM, only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files.
I mean, it makes sense.
Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor.
Yeah, alright.
Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
Was he a good cop?
He was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey.
Ugh.
Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about.
Alright, go on.
Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
You get high off it?
No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything.
That's kind of stupid.
Yeah. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer.
Like Fall?
No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular.
My neck.
No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Tables low, heavy, really sharp edge.
So it's like what happened with the guy.
You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
Jeez, sucked
Yeah,
everything.
he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name.
And for 6
Smoking
hours?
hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Next.
More like an
Not
hour.
much has changed.
More like an hour. Alright. But, okay, now it's time. If someone has my gun, I'm gonna want, like, maybe high perception, like, hand-eye? And, like, some hand-eye? I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, it's only encyclopedia, so... Composure, I think that'd be important. I think this is about as good as it's gonna get. There's something down there. Huh. That's weird. What am I supposed to do? Like, get like a chain? Get like a magnet? Okay, so if I were to assume something would be like a fishing area, I'm gonna guess it's like that around that spot where we found that dead guy. And then come tomorrow morning, we check in on the others. Whoa, whoa.
Put your hands where I can see them.
An aged woman under a mountain of police paraphernalia mumbles to herself, notices you, and reaches for a megaphone.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands! Right now!
She has my gun.
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
This is bad. Getting your weapon back is the priority. We can't have an unhinged civilian running around with a gun.
Comply, or I will light you the fuck up!
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket.
Fear under threat! Fear under threat! Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground! Get on the goddamn ground!
Just want to talk?
Subject yourself to a full body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
In her mind, the cavity search is happening. As long as she's saying it. It appears the things she says are very real to her.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
The situation looks bad. Calm yourself.
Yeah.
Steady your breathing. This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
And I.
She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in his sights.
Guns with her.
Confined quarters, assailant coming at me! Split-second decision! Fire at will!
In your peripheral vision, the lieutenant releases the half-squeezed trigger.
God, I almost blew her head off.
The gun's empty.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. Police guns always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
I'm taking it.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
I'm sorry.
Great gears are grinding to a halt. The machine is powering down. She's all out of jolt.
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
I don't want to...
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this.
Why?
Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8. And loneliness. Yeah. Looks like a bad case. But the question is what to do with her right now.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
We arrest
I
her?
don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
Yeah. He's a man for
Then
the
we can
gun.
ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late, and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
Seems like a reflex or half-remembered
She
sentence.
stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and fleshes now. Maybe if you search her once more. The woman stands is one of those things a police cat. She doesn't even flinch.
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours.
Probably, you know.
It's your hat.
Cool, I got my hat back. Hey, a free +1 authority. But right now, I keep wearing the hat. Now we got the filthy jacket. And I'll give it to the washboard woman. I'm very glad that didn't equip this when times are most dire. Christ.
The old woman still. The buzz of it. There's a gap where the name of that song. She keeps humming.
Yeah. Go to the Hardy Boys. Let me rest. Ooh, excuse me. Oh boy. Hey, Hardy.
The Copper-nado is
Copper-nado.
back. What do you want?
He smirks. There's a countertonical lady in the fish market outside the bay. Needs help.
What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yep.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it?
Yep.
God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kurong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig?
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do.
Get my gun.
You absolute fool.
You're fucking with me. Your gun. She had your fucking gun?
Yep.
Sure did, boss. Heard him loud and clear. The pigs lost his gun to the pigs.
Well, at least I can see you got it back. If you have any questions.
Name?
Auntie LaPlante. We always called her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo.
Marianne LaPlante.
Anything else you wanted to know?
Who is she?
Was like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then. She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off, but still.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago. She was better then. The children kept her together.
Yet wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig?
Good point. The yeah, I can't but help feel partially responsible for the unhealthy culture that she latched onto.
Yeah, you should be.
Sinks into his seat, unsure how to respond.
Whatever, Cole. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of our own.
Thanks. And where'd you get all that stuff?
Dunno. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
Yeah, thanks,
no
Titus.
problemo, cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
Alright. No. Alright. Time for me. Head to bed. Alright.
It's getting cold, this late in the night.
Good night, officer.
Alright, now that that's done. Now see, like, I'm thinking it could be like one of those like deals where it's like, yeah.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
Yeah, shit. Do I have anything for that? Shit. Wow, I really don't.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Okay, I'm working with someone.
Who? Okay. When did this person stay here?
Recently.
Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning.
Really?
Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
That's fine.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I have a -1. When was it from? Ah.
waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
Maybe another time. Now, time for
It's
bed.
getting cold. The bed is comforting. The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy. Waves wash the sand underneath the hut, then grow distant to your ear. In the quiet hum of the organic heater, you fall asleep.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you. It digs into your brain.
Ooh, it's gonna be real nice.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately?
Yeah?
Saved anyone lately?
I can hope.
Murdered anyone lately?
Nope.
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people. And then forgets about it.
I've killed only 3, but yeah, that is
Hear
bad.
that? He doesn't even flinch. Iceman doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Blackwater, under the bridge. The thing he's really scared of is much, much worse than that.
What is it?
Don't tell him, sister. It's too bad.
They're right. This is their function. To keep you from it.
Okay,
We're
fine.
trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
I know that feeling. You just have conversations with yourself, your inner thoughts,
The
trying to keep
last
yourself from
dream will
thinking.
be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
I know the smell of
Of
apricots.
hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay.
It's only
Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
Ooh, I hate when that happens.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Oh well. Hey. I can still move my head while doing this. Alright. Once more. Morning, Kim.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope that I can wash it for you.
Hell yeah. No, we must.
I could use a breather before another rainy day begins.
Yeah, I can
Well,
wait.
hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do.
Ah.
Must say, I'm proud of this one. is pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
Ooh, a fawn jacket. Okay, I got the shoes. Aim threshold half-life. -1 drama. I mean, I guess it would be pretty hard to take someone like that seriously. Alright, so let's check in the church. Same address the lead for Grammar Fortress Accident was looking for.
Yes, what is it?
How's it going?
What? What did you say?
How's it going?
Hear you. The music is too. Oh, the project. It's not going well.
Why?
There's that guy. I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers. He doesn't listen to me. He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekukata. A place to be, apparently.
I'll talk to him.
Thanks. Maybe you can get through his magic rhymes. Let me know how it goes.
Don't worry.
Delarian Church, the place to be! Make some noise, my church people!
Vibrations thump through your blue soul. The music sounds much better in the church. A hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane, tangled in its branches, something bronze flutters in the wind. He stands on stage behind a table, nodding along to the music and waving his hand in the air. In front of him, the audio mixer, one reel spinning. The other reel deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither. On one side you see an auxiliary line in, with the number 4.5 written next to it.
Hey, I like it here.
Yeah! Back on the case! No disgrace! Bring it down to party place!
Yep, that sounds like a head. Okay.
The first page of the second chapter!
Could it be? Maybe for him, you only have a chapter or two left in you. Last of the penultimate, or like.
Nah. Hey, can you run this?
Mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary! What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5 or 4.5?
3.5.
Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter. This.
Oh no. We're going to be in this church forever.
Don't worry, Kim.
Don't worry. I have an adapter for it right here.
Hey.
Hang on. This is a 4.5. We're all good people.
Thank you.
Whoa, thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off, please?
Egg.
Everybody! Everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the on-off for just a sec. For a special scheduled event. The on-off will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. Alright, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes. And then I'll turn off the music.
Alright.
Yes, what is it?
Alright.
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
Maximum! Maximum is the only way!
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just...
Alright. I have no idea what that problem has been.
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's no other way! Glue style!
Glue style? Okay, there literally is no other way. The mixing desk is glued to maximum.
Oh.
See? He pumped it to the hard master. It's hopeless.
It's stuck
Of
on
course
maximum.
it is.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
Yep.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Born ready.
Ready!
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
Yep.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Not so stoically. His hand moves to the gun holster.
These guys shoot the hole in the world.
Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large, somehow.
Alright. Oh, it's because it is.
There's tightness in your chest. Anxiety.
Let's do it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside. No waves. No floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you.
Oh, look at all
Not in
them.
the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It's out there now, in the world, made manifest. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people. Nothing will remain.
Guys, what's going on?
It's getting louder!
Wait, there's a woman in his voice. She steps back to scan. Slight rattle like crystal clatter in the cupboard. Fills the air, joining the chorus.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
His voice is going
In his
faint.
mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. He's peaking, the worst high he's ever been on.
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
No, Egg! It's the window!
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously, his eyes searching for a possible evacuation route.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof!
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark.
Screech fills the air. A scream of wooden nails. Pillars of the church twist and creak above and around you.
Below it, all the bass grows, like the jaws of a giant compressor gnawing on metal and wood. It does not sound benevolent at all. It's shaking the building's foundation. The floor twists. A great pulse arises in your flesh.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop. A
Whoa,
seal? Have
Christ.
you?
Yes, I've turned it off! Andre, pull the compressor! The place is gonna come down!
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down.
Yeah,
and
come
then
on.
It stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
Yeah.
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswolf isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And
Eggman.
you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's a start.
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
Yeah.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again.
What was
It
that?
was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically,
Audio math.
I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
I've never heard of
Her
anything.
voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
You gonna write Suliswolf?
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. If they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
That it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway. Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliswolf. Also devise further measurements.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
Oh.
That's the best she can manage for Andre. It's quite a lot in truth. For her, at least.
I can tell.
Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origins.
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You're still alive.
Hail. Hail unknown. I mean, pale and no. I suppose the only way is would be to talk to somebody about the pale. Which, I mean, there's Pale Driver, and then there's... Only lead I have that could potentially know a thing. Because she was telling me things. Hey there.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Where's
The
Renee?
Greek is gone. I can barely believe it. But
What?
he's really gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
May he rest.
Yes. In peace.
Wow, that's... Wow.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions. Diamonds? Of course not. Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. Is that all you wanted to know, Lowman?
Okay, well, I guess not. Man. I mean, Joyce is like the only thing you can come up with. So, might as well.
Just an ordinary war. Nothing to see.
Suggestion. That is just where I was needed. Oh. To the village on the coast. See you there. Aww. How did I miss her? Yeah, so I meant we came here for... well, not necessarily for nothing. Oh, yeah, I suppose I should tell her.
Hello again, esteemed officer. Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits. It's not good to talk.
Wow. Such wraiths may prove a formidable enemy. Suit up.
Yes, the Simonese are very crafty. And
The woman looks aloof.
Okay. Am I still unable to do that?
The barbell waits patiently.
You know, I haven't. Yeah, I haven't. Animals, no rest for their bodies after death.
Oh, it's you again. Are you very good? That will be 7 real for 1 custom die. Here's the cursed die you ordered.
Read the phrase.
The phrases read, God is indifferent. Take all. Lose all. 50-50. Nothing happens. And pale.
Hey, what is?
It's a die. Try rolling it.
You throw the ball on the floor, and it ends with one of the phrases facing upwards. God is indifferent.
Good. Now roll again, detective.
It lands on exactly the same result. God is indifferent. It declares again.
It's a sphere pretending to be a 6-sided die. Each roll will end with one of the phrases facing up. The die originates in Ilmara, where it was used for cleromancy. Except I've weighted the die. When you try rolling it, you realize that each time it gets you exactly the same result. God is indifferent. This is our curse.
It's even worse than she says. God is dead. We live in a forsaken age.
The end result doesn't
In
matter.
the face of death? No, not really. It is, isn't it? There's something liberating about knowing it's just we humans. No all-powerful forces guiding us, watching us, judging us.
Thank you.
Good luck, officer.
Look at the map. White checks have reopened. Wait. Oh. Ooh. What is wrong with this? Because I actually have no idea what it actually did.
The barbell. Wait.
Yeah, no, I got no clue. But hey, we got a cursed die. And I know I said 3, but I feel like going a bit longer. Connection willing. Man. Okay, now it said that Joyce was be around here, I guess. Try to guess, probably at the edge of that dock. And so she is.
I'll just keep the Cordeleche in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier. Hi, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty?
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing.
Oh, jetty, oh, jetty. It's good to see you here, detectives. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
How you like it here?
How do I like it?
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name, all the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
Maybe.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You
It's
should
fine.
ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
And I got a gun.
All right. Politics time. Let's react. Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head.
Get nothing.
She could easily just...
You could.
You detect a note of longing in her voice. Above you, there forms a quilt of altocumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but perceptibly.
Do you know how they discovered this place?
In the fishing village?
No, they're in Sealindian, Isola.
I'm afraid not.
Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
It's about right, right? Things are getting better.
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
You can tell me now.
Do
we got
we?
time.
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you.
This story she will tell only before she leaves Martinez, at the very end of her stay.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with, while you're hot in pursuit.
Oh, I found my badge.
I love you did.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
How am I supposed to learn about the Pale? Pale, pale, pale.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? What we...
There was a touch of discomfort.
The pines, and that is the...
The wild pines, Son Baptiste, Elysium, and
Why, thank you. I'm not at
a billion?
$22 billion is a conglomerate the size of the wild pine. You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the...
She nods.
I fear I've told you all I know. Is there anything else I can help you with?
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
A takeover? Taking it?
Yep.
Green livery, changing into red, blot by blot. Like a cancer of the blood, metastasizing.
Then we're talking about a war. Evrart needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this.
He wanted to escalate.
An insane goal. Cronell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship. The one after that, 100.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Cronell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do?
I wish there was a disco option. First with this.
Everything affects the decision-making process, Detective.
I mean, yeah.
For once, I don't seem to know what the right thing to do is.
He doesn't even sound angry. I mean, but then people are dying. I mean, but if ever people striking back, open fire, I'm not doing that. No. Not a hard job to make.
Of course. Your job is to clean up after them. What will I do?
Her arms fall to her sides. Her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our talks?
You would one
It
day.
may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years.
What's that?
The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds. It was anything but normal. There was no precedent. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry.
Called Volta Doma, or Return from the Sea.
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor. There are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back like a piano trill. So does the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open as he looks to the sky. The droplets feel warm, like spring rain.
In this ocean?
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lancielinde, Lancielinde," the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God.
You've thought it a million times.
Death, after life, death, after death, life again. After the world, the Pale, after the Pale,
A total shift
the world again.
in human comprehension of reality. On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lizargique. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen. 4 years later, the Queen's Counselor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high.
And this is the last pick
The
we got.
nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae, or they discovered us, all in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there, wipe out indigenous populations, gunboat economies, or they came to do the same for us, or had done to each other. But here, there was no one but the skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain, revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism. On Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later, the first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune. In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent and rare.
Suzerain of seagulls.
The suzerain of seagulls. It is. Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
Everything can you
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen. The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground.
Do you know what this lady needs? Some political advice. Even though she's a high-powered corporate executive, and you're an amnesiac.
In short, Harry, we will revoke the pigment standard. Your money will no longer need to be black like chitin, and there will be so much more of it. I know. Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
I'll try.
How far along is Crenell's investigation?
The confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves. Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties.
When and where?
Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane. I know, because I too am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich.
I need to keep it together.
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola, the Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Islary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself.
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing, and I've got it bad.
She would die to return to it. The Pale, the past, anything one can return to.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watched with worry in his eyes. He does not know if it was the right thing to do, but he doesn't say anything. Slowly,
Well, that doesn't get us anywhere near the Pale. Well, I got a feeling we really are reaching the climax. There's not much. There ain't much else to be done. Alright. I mean, all I can do. Try all the logic I can get. Is it really? I could just want to add more. Well. I mean, there's no penalty, so.
Yes, what is it?
You don't have to.
What?
You already have. A long time ago.
Oh, what? It's a critical success.
What?
It's the Pale. That's how it starts. It's a Pale.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
That comforts her.
No, we're 20 minutes from the very edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you.
I can't believe we did it. It's the Pale's in effect, a transition between
Then
world and it.
What is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
Less than nothing. The final rest date for reality.
Then the Pale is...
Gradient.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We
One
are
day-
here, and the Pale is not.
It will be.
I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points inside the world.
This is one of them.
According to this, how long...
Till it starts swallowing? It's already. It swallowed
And
sound.
information. Causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data?
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this?
Me?
I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM
knows how to think this.
Had the thought
an amateur
before.
anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however.
Eh?
Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
Yeah.
Of
It's church
course,
form.
a pinewood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers. I
Could
have
be.
considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of provincial settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
you think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here? Even say software development?
You should know.
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It
There's a,
wasn't.
there's a
told
history.
the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them.
To let them know. Better they don't.
I told them. But no, normal office buildings are bourgeois.
Either way, their will.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window, cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest, some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but
Mad.
the evidence.
You will certainly sound mad.
one more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Yeah, still insane, but so am I.
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out.
One can hope. One can hope. Okay.
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropogenic detection to perform in this district.
Yeah. Oh, autosave, okay.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000.
Unbelievably lame non-hardcore
Ecstatic
man.
vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too. Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, detective?
Would you pose,
The
Andre?
name. Everything I managed to come up with sounds just wrong.
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes, you should do it, detective. It would be good for the signs.
Noid's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
So, what do you suggest?
How about something simple? Like the club?
Too modern and too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real and true and beautiful. Like a morning after the rave.
Hey, kid. What you got?
Yakokata! Yakokata! The place to be!
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe. That's too morbid, Egg. Got anything else?
Hardcore! Hardcore to the nega!
No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the mega. It has to be bigger than the scene.
Okay, Noid, what's your 2 cents?
Amnesia.
Like the... I can't remember the name of the club, Amnesia.
Amnesia!
It's not amnesia, guys.
You know. You know.
I don't.
Oh.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
Alright, Ken?
I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it either.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
I like
Why
him.
not? The Crabman has ideas, Estelle. Ideas from another level of consciousness.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please.
Alright. I got an idea.
You have? Well, what's the name?
No Truce for the Fjord. Okay, now this is something I did know. This was the name of the game before. Like, Disco Elysium was originally going to be called No Truce for the Furies. But, Disco
Like
Elysium.
that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky?
A little bit.
Disco's kind of gone, isn't it? Forgotten.
The past is the future, but the future is dead!
No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be.
And short. And memorable.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name. Someone turns up the beat. You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience. It feels good. It feels right.
Okay.
Yes, my man!
Audio waves thump against your ribcage. The speaker setup makes everything sound much better. But the beat is still so weak. What
See if we can't do anything about that.
rerouted the terrifying audio assault that the lead programmer's microphone setup picks up through this compressor?
Goodbye.
Okay, compressor. Let's see. Let's talk with him.
Good morning!
That's crazy.
It was awesome and scary. Very hardcore.
And he gets silent.
Too hardcore, in fact. I couldn't control it at all.
What happened?
It sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left. Starts compressing itself and everything around it. completely fills up the headspace. Extreme!
Inside your chest, the heart beats still with the after effects of the sound. Imagine if you
Look
could
at there.
harness that
There's two of
power,
them.
making it pulse.
What if we could use this?
But how?
What about the compressor? The one with the spiky hair was setting up to achieve some sort of parallel processing.
Okay, interfacing. Okay, and what's the most interfacing I can get? That's only a +1. And it's worth a shot. But do I have anything taken away?
Good morning! Yeah!
Sidechain the beat.
Ooh, nice. Sidechain, what does that mean?
You can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing.
What else
Either
success
the
in the
auxiliary
next?
signal or the main input from the tape. Make it alternate between the signals. The compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal on the aux sidechain input. It will allow maintaining a loud sound without peaks that fill up all the headspace.
Sidechaining it, you said?
Yeah.
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide, wider than they've ever gone on drugs. He starts jumping up and down with bliss in total silence, still listening to his headphones.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead Cop Man? Did you break him?
Just wait and
Are
see.
you ready, pussy?
Noid straightens his back, ready for the beat.
I was born ready, Egg.
Oh, he's got lasers now. Ooh. Wow, 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 wow. Like you can hear it progress, and I love it. Wow. And it's like a sort of like, it's not just a beat, it's just like a wow, 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 wow. Oh yeah, that's good.
The audio assault is glorious. The speed freak dances on the stage, intensely waving his hand in the air.
This is beauty! This is life!
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass flow together, it's unnatural.
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequencies crashing over you. It's making you feel alive again.
We've tamed the sound, made it our own.
Damn it! This dance club idea might just work out.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Pump it! Pump it!
Who will be the innocence of hardcore anodic dance music?
Oh, it's starting annoyed.
You got us in, cop. I can't believe you got us in.
With wonder in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little
Sync the signs
suspicious
with
of
Noid.
authority. But you really came through for the hardcore underground.
Hey, I try.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground. How come?
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite ungainly shapes on the church floor, sweating profusely. Estelle using her contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from
can
the
hear it.
bass. Sire, the tent. 'Twas a security risk. And in here, sanctuary.
I'm a
'Twas
corrupt
only
guy.
verbal.
It's a corrupt scheme. The kids got spunk. They got. I admire it.
Okay.
What he means is, you can't possibly have handed them this real estate for such a flimsy reason. Then again, whatever keeps your nose out of the bottle and
Really?
on the job.
What do you think about the church?
It's
Noid?
a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more.
How do you think
That's
the place
right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it. On the coast here was one of the first things they did. Must
Yep.
have been really scared of something. Oh, I understand. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude. You see, perhaps something more fundamental.
That
He
noise.
means something paranatural. He must...
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well.
Like the sound
Maybe.
anomaly.
Maybe they were unable to face the nature of the world, perishing.
Yeah, like the last.
I don't. Fuck are giving me the evil eye. You defend her. Lawman.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love. Mass murder on the floor.
I do feel there's something
There is.
terrifying.
She is a party repellent and must be taken down before we can begin partying in here.
No, that's not it. It's something more. Something closer to your skin.
Yeah,
The
nothing.
Speed Freak looks the same way. It is dark there in the back of the church. For a moment, the music echoes strangely. What a strange choice of words. Caustic. Overflowing with negativity. That can't be healthy.
Ow.
What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window?
I don't know.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't come back to this anymore. Stop
God.
talking about it, please.
Sure.
Take care, Noid.
She's whistling.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from, but that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to thank you instead
Really? What for?
for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are.
How's everyone
Good,
doing?
I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's got the stage under control.
Makes a good MC.
Sauna, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much, and the crabman hasn't shown himself, thank God.
Alright. Now, I know we gotta, we have to dance. And, maybe, we'll have to that's good, it's funny. But, maybe we'll have to, convince Kim to, dance with us. So, I'll have to, wear something with, authority. Do I have any? I got the hat. Do I have anything that gives else that gives authority? This takes away authority. Oh, this takes away authority. Let's see. No. Alright, this is about as good as it's gonna get. Maybe bump a point into it. Alright. Actually, hold on. Let's bust a move.
It's good to see you.
Okay, super fair.
Goodbye, officer.
Okay, so.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party.
I like regular normal things.
I know you do. These interstellari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this, that's for sure.
Yep.
You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be. Makes sense. This is what wearing boring office trousers does to you.
Yeah.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal,
Okay.
reasonable, temperate. It's time to become a citizen.
Where
It
is
is
he?
not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
How do we bring it about?
Incrementally. Yawn. You'd get there faster with a little speed.
Thank you, Alex.
History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless.
Don't
if
think
its
about
gains are lost because of instability.
We're thinking about the
Real,
mule again.
lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
But what about now?
Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs of the future. You may never live to see the kingdom of conscience. Your children may not. Even your grandchildren might not. But that's no excuse not to keep working.
Oof.
What sang-froid? What
Sang-froid.
benevolence? What a fucking joke.
So is it about doing things or preserving status quo?
Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed?
I mean, but what if chaos and bloodshed leads to a better?
There you have it. Sometimes holding the line is progress.
Yeah, but what's it like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to describe. Partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The kingdom of conscience is post-capitalist, post-national.
That probably requires
It's
chaos and
also
bloodshed.
post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Dawn's incredible. That's a Doctor Who thing, because my brother used to watch that. So that makes me wanna.
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow?
Okay, let's get there
That's right.
eventually.
Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are...
Okay. Good, now we have that as a thought.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
Yes.
You close your eyes and dream
But just imagine the moves you...
puts a grin on your face just to think about it. Salvation.
Goodbye, officer.
Okay. We would need a point in savoir-faire. I mean, what can you do? We don't have anything else. I guess it's time. I have no clue where all this will lead, but...
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Leva?
I haven't seen anyone lately.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
Oh, you're blind.
He's a sharp one.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. I should have known. This is yet another union mess. I'm not afraid of them, you know. We are not in the habit of being afraid around here.
Enough of this. She better start talking right now.
But we'll be back if we find
I'm
something
not going
suspicious.
anywhere. Perhaps there's something else the village can do for you, huh? Though we don't have much here. Just garbage and a skiff or two.
And then this would be... Like, it wouldn't let me find a bullet before, but maybe it will now. There it is.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard wrapped in paper.
What is it?
A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. Like your own Villiers pistol, for example.
Interesting.
The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you.
That's what I was
It's for
thinking.
herself.
A last resort.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
There's a bullet.
Damn that girl.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
A bullet?
Yep.
You didn't put it there, did you?
Nope.
She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl.
Hang around on a bucket.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude.
Before?
I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
And when was this?
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before. But this seems different.
That's for the police to find out. Right there. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Okay, left on a Monday?
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
And there's exactly
I
it?
cleaned it,
Exactly
like
this
I
one?
always do.
Anything else?
No,
The truth, sire.
What's she like?
she's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
Afraid of any leads that I could open up.
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room. How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
Does it kill herself?
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
Got an explanation?
Aye. Do tell.
Of a bad omen. It's an exit plan.
Exit from what?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
If Clase...
No, She's a fighter.
Not a quitter, like you sometimes get, son. She really believes that.
Do you have any techno stuff?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape millions she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
I am.
She may simply have kept the equipment elsewhere.
You know where she
I
went?
don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat.
Ew.
Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Further up we go.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea to me.
Better idea? Maybe.
The felled electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
I don't doubt that. Okay, I got a feeling that I need anything. Like, if she, like, I'm still thinking it was a suicide bullet. So so if I'm gonna talk her down, I need like rhetoric. Anything. Yeah, minus sympathy though. I mean, well, the shoes negate it though. By the Feld building we go.
You see, a slogan used to enter above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first. Indeed, somehow you knew it was here, an urban ruin gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light. You felt it before when it rained in Martinez, and you felt the cold of the rain. The feeling persists. It has been in you ever since.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room
Shack.
over there. Or
That's
in
right.
that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Eggs. Instructed execution. Established nightclub. Discovered an anomaly. Death notification.
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead. No rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb. Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen did not. And now you're just standing there in the pale of the morning with your hands fallen to your side.
Can be anywhere.
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
If that fails?
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, displays. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always... An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast. Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold.
And again.
Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Where's it go?
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
She's down there.
He's in below the building.
Why?
I've been in this cold
Good,
spell.
good, yes. Cold spells. So basically your hangover is telling you she's down there?
The gut feeling.
How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
Ah, come on.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
Oh.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180?
That's into it.
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to do something more subtle?
Like what?
Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
What if I just teleport up there?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Come on, kid. Just need some
Okay,
concentration.
let's say teleportation is a thing. Wouldn't you need some kind of scientific apparatus to create a teleportation field? You can't just do it without apparatus.
Who says you need a field?
What are they talking about?
Teleportation, Mikhail. It's generally thought impossible.
Oh yes, it could hurt a lot.
Come on.
He is restraining himself from using a parental
Santiago
tone right
coming.
now.
It's time.
All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate.
I'm teleporting.
Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is...
I'm teleporting. I'm going to another plane.
Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear. Your atoms fading out of existence.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
Yeah, like that as like a smart master. I teleported
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear...
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring without backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
Alright. Port beam's been destroyed by artillery fire. Alright, down we go. Ooh. thinking about it, having some empathy may do me some good. Maybe in a -1 for authority, but I think that's fine. I don't think authority. It was still at a 6, and I don't think it'll be too much of a thing here. Paper. Hey, sweet, another postcard. You got your flashlight. A century, write down and forgotten so long ago. Orange mildew crawling with something. Old files. Ugh, bold. The U. Suggestion. Crevice in the wall. Ooh. Slept here in months, maybe years.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Ugh. You had a feeling. What's one of the socioeconomics? Same split window I saw from the outside. Okay, but okay. So so I think it's I should let them. I mean, like him in first.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a...
Push them open.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. After
there.
you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before.
He's quite proud of himself.
Yes, we have an exit, so let's get going. Time to investigate these passages.
Alright. Okay, but yeah, like I was saying, so I doubt visual calculus will just be the thing, the be-all end-all. But what else could help? I can think of something. What was there weighing for perception earlier? Was it just these two? Perception. I think that'll be as good as it gets.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this
Knew it.
narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? This does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shooting out of.
Look outside.
Outside the window, desolation. Snow falls softly onto the coastal sand, where it melts almost instantly. On rooftops, it lingers.
Could this have been a
It's a
hideout?
great place to hide, and Masovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
It can't be here.
Indeed. No one could
Can't
get
see
a
the
clear
whirling.
view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough. In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
Alright. Now then. Guys, time for rhetoric. That takes away. I get a feeling. Because if it's emitting the pale and the pale does damage to you, then we have no choice. Footprints on the sand. One more one. In the air, an unnatural buzzing. Collapsed tunnel. Getting louder. Composure. $1.15, 40 cents.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
This is
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways. No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
I'm not doing that.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here.
I wish I'd save, but
I'm
too
using
late
a
now.
pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
That's what this thing is.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency. blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
That boy's really gotta learn to keep his traps shut. And it's not a bloody pale emitter. It doesn't emit pale.
It focuses it?
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it.
Iced.
Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely.
Man.
This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't
Forcing
happen.
dimensions?
Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world.
Okay, so the pale is beyond existence, and
At
it's
the
forcing
upper
it to.
limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
The pale? It's the end of the world.
How'd you
I
get
built it
this?
myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh
Thanks,
yeah.
Kim.
Way beyond.
Will this be
No.
forever?
Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream. Yeah, I
experienced it?
stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that
Ethical.
I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
The man who
Yeah,
died.
let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Yeah, I got
If
questions,
you've
man.
got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Turn this.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She's carrying a two-barreled front loader. Remain careful. Well,
Okay.
it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now.
All right.
Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
I
You know?
heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
Hiding bullets in
So
the board?
you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
You didn't.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find to my back.
Bullet?
This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Did you shoot
No,
Lily?
I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
It was classy.
Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but not like
I'm sorry
this.
about that.
But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
It took convincing, but...
Took some convincing my ass.
Oh, it did.
Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
Oh, no, I'm just a weird freak of nature, and, like, I was a can opener.
Despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like, I asked questions.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
Why?
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for her son.
Okay. You have an alibi.
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
15 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I've driven a lot of long haul and chugged a lot of beer, man. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time.
Would have been.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
The secret path.
Don't know it, but also...
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
Huh.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That's... it didn't come from the roof. It didn't... It was a sniper. But that leaves 1 point left.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
I hate to be the bearer of she didn't hate him, okay?
Yeah.
I'm listening. So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too.
Nope.
Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her. Maybe twist the knife, just in case. Make her more desperate.
No.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
And not down a millimeter.
It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
Okay, yeah, from what I've heard, yeah, that's true.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
And? Sure don't.
The breach loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Yeah.
Gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
What kind?
A knocked away AD front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
So if the 9mm could fit in that gun, I don't think.
Yeah. Evidence. Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great... The view's pretty bomb, too.
Okay.
But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with it's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival. Yes, I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Okay.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him.
Okay.
And there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Okay, but who shot him then?
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
That's to be someone from outside Martinez entirely.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday?
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
That's something you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such
She didn't know.
She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
Come on. There we go.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Him holding together pretty well. How did you come up with a plan so quickly?
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
It was her idea.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
It was Classie's idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there.
In white
It was
crawl
like
of
she was
crime.
another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy boys.
She lied to you about that, too.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Think she killed
As
Layla?
I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way
I like how
things are
Kim
going-
suddenly sounds normal.
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
But why
I
hide?
saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
What?
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop, that strange, distant fear is getting close now. It's a fear of yourself.
La Puta Madre?
Yes. You. Everyone says you're his peon. His human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's
Everyone
everyone?
in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
But then you know it's not my real
Harry
name.
Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
That's how I remember
Yeah,
recently.
sure.
She doesn't believe
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
You just do this,
You've
Madre,
been to
anyway.
my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates
Harry Can
competition?
Opener?
And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
you. She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Was anyone with
Yeah,
me?
you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Who?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff.
The
lady wasn't
mercenaries.
bad either. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying.
Those are the
That sound
mercenaries.
about right?
Satellite Officer Vic Mayer looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Miller. We can either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstam. He can give us a ride.
Well, this has been a great...
She means it. You better make your move soon.
Alright. Oh my god. I'm just walking forward.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
You okay, Ken?
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Come on.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options.
What are they?
You know.
Let's just walk away.
She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go.
Let's go.
Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
You said you're not responsible. I don't care. I'm not laying this way in my mind. Go.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
Did my best.
I would have done the same, had I not been incapacitated.
I don't think she did.
We should check it out.
Like, she'd have to be a sniper. Unless we're gonna find a sniper in there. I don't think she did it. $8. Nice. Being so porridge with bananas, ain't that nice? Oh, like a great healing item.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
The plane it was pitched by practiced. thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller.
Bastard. That's
This
been on
was
the nose.
important to her when it was still hers. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
And diagrams?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Personal.
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it. That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell.
No mention.
What about this M? Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? The call? Did M call her personally? Why? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake. You didn't follow through. You should have shot her in the head.
I don't kill for my
The
bosses.
thought steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking in your hand. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition.
What about now?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
I mean, it was Clancy's idea.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
I mean, maybe
I wouldn't go
you.
so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her.
Yeah.
Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Am I an agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting.
I have no doubt he is he's, like, in his position, trusting enough. Like, I believe
Could
in
have
him.
been Titus. Then again,
No one who
maybe there's a Hardy boy we've yet to meet who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him.
I don't think
One
it
thing
is.
is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Yeah. I mean, I should at least tell the washboard woman about it. He deserves to know. I don't think I have anything that gives the sub affair. Only thing is to take away. Yeah. So, I mean, is there any time to just try and get a skill point? And I doubt, like, this feels like we're reaching an ending. So if there's any point to try and get a point in sub affair just to dance, be now. Authority. Last chance of trying to dance, I guess.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
No, detective. It is not.
Goodbye, officer.
Oh, well, I mean, okay. I mean, might as well reload that point then. But if it's like, if it was like, no, you can't do this now. Like, okay then. I got a feeling I should keep that one in the bank. I don't know why, but I'm getting a bad feeling. Either way, you should tell Ruby. I mean, tell her about Ruby, that is.
Our tenant, the policeman.
Oh. I can't shake it. I can't shake it. Something's wrong. I'll admit, this is to the point where I think I should take it. Oh hey, sweet, another empathy thing. But this is time.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm.
My hand knows this.
It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. But this is your gun. It's more of a symbol than anything else, because there is always a rational, sensible, reasonable solution to every situation. Sheathe it and know you have the moral high ground.
Why? You know what? I gotta... Oh, it's a shirt. Empathy, hentai. Would composure help me? Would electrochemistry help me? That gives authority. Empathy minus logic. This would have been giving me savoir-faire. Okay. I'm thinking about as ready as I ever could be. I mean, hopefully I'm just wrong. But I can't shake the feeling. Roy's store is closed. I mean, maybe it'll give me a warning.
Stop. Just up ahead. Danger. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend. Your weapon. Raindrops slip from the barrels of your Villier's 9mm pistol.
It's dangerous.
Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go.
Good. Be ready to take damage.
All the more reason I should be wearing that armor.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning. Put your damn gun down. Shit. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Okay. That's how you want to do it. Oh. Let's dance. Okay. Oh, composure, Tuba.
Talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
Dangerous.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Courty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Food and clearing. Usually, if it's like an O and E or or an A, or an E, or no, not an E, a U, but an E, it usually would be turned into like an umlaut, which would be Huenkluen.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first. The Mercenary Tribunal.
Alright, this is the police.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd. Losing his balance for a moment, he staggers backwards.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire.
I can talk to him.
You can't think that way now. This is serious.
It's the only thing I can do, Half-Life.
Fuck!
I can see you drunk.
Ah, yeah. Welcome to the fucking party. You're probably gonna get killed too. I don't give a shit if you're cops.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument.
Yes.
Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here.
Well, then keep it steady, a bit more composure.
Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Okay. Who's that?
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Hohen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
Alright. Got that right. My German hasn't... Glad my German works.
All of you cunts inside out.
The killer.
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does?
I kill
What
killers.
are we waiting for? Let's blow that pig fucking mouth off his face.
Lance Corporal, just fucking shut up and wait for your order.
He is not used to commanding or leading. He feels uncomfortable. He'd rather shoot to kill.
They didn't do it.
Who did?
It was someone else, not
How
here.
fucking convenient.
You have to
His
trust
fingers
me.
are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
It was a sniper.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me. Magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. Your mind grinds to a halt. All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand, swaying, pointed at her.
She wasn't there.
Pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle. The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
She's not. She's bleeding out. If she doesn't get help in 10 minutes, she'll die.
Fuck this! Gene! Jan to Lizzie! Now!
He'll be ripped apart. They all will. The moment the third man opens...
I'm not... No, we're going back. I'm not accepting less.
out of... Put your... Shut up!
There's something... Shh.
This is the Kept. You are...
He is... Please. Nest in your...
Fuck.
I just can't mention.
Is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into... My plan is the mercenary tribunal.
Okay. What a point in rhetoric.
Get lost!
I think he's... No, he didn't. You...
Pig, fuck!
Die, yeah!
No one is...
With the leader. Shoot him in the... No. Even if I don't... Peace. Always...
Rude.
All of you cunts.
The gunner, what do you think he does?
What are we waiting?
Lance Corp!
He is not used to commanding.
Yeah? Who did that? How?
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex.
You think... How about the...
Listen!
He's gonna do it. He's
Think.
gonna shoot. Your mind grinds to a halt.
Go away.
Damn it all. Okay, what was it? Okay, it was a logic thing. I don't know why I was thinking rhetoric. Okay, logic. We're not. I have glasses for that. Yeah, new save.
I'm all out. Put your... Shut up!
This is... Shh.
This is the Kept. You are...
He is... Peace. Nest.
Fuck.
This... The lieutenant.
My plan, if this turns...
A sound.
The mercenary...
Get lost!
I think he... No. You...
Pig, fuck!
Die, yeah!
No one is...
With the leader. Shoot him. No. Even if I don't... Peace. All...
Rude.
All of you cunts.
The gunner, what do you think he does?
What are we waiting?
Lance Corp!
He is not used to
Yeah? Who did that? How?
His fingers are...
You think... How about the...
Listen!
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him. All together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud. In a public...
He wasn't hanging.
DePaul heard it.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver. 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly swells in his hand from the inebriation.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
There's a cover-up.
Liars.
The shot rings in your ears. A low, tinny ring. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
You're drunk,
Yes.
come on. You
What?
You can't think straight.
Yeah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Wildpine
Think
Rep
I
doesn't.
care what that company cunt thinks?
Wildpines ain't gonna forgive you. You'll be a walking PR nightmare for them.
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening. Now is not a good time to strike. He's looking right at your hands. Do something else. Get him distracted.
Should be angry.
She's fucking gone. She fucking sailed off. You're alone. Stay cool. Don't do anything stupid. The company bitch is gone. Lady's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Looks around, tired and sad.
I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're afraid, all of them. Trembling reeds in the wind. They'll run, scatter soon, one by one. No, the rest will stay. They will hold their ground, even if it means dying here with you.
Hangman.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Who are you,
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly.
I knew that skill was gonna come in handy.
Click, click. The realization comes to you like a picture puzzle.
What's in
coming
there?
together.
They're brothers.
His name is Raoul Cortiner. The dead man's name is Elise Cortiner. He's brothers with the deceased. No, probably foster brothers. Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
Okay, compose, Sua, compose.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. You're all sentenced to death by lead.
I know
he
that
sways
name.
from left to right, inspecting you.
I'm sorry about you,
He
brother.
wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
Beaten by a foster parent or someone on the phone.
Went to the same military academy and the same unit. Same war.
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
Okay, good.
Parents left him in a leaf compactor.
Lady.
When he was an infant.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor. And now these cunts finished the job.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memories.
It's a mindfuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Yeah, blue eyes, didn't
Baby
he?
blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
People say
What
alive.
do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kit tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for sure. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, Clay Monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
This one isn't used to being suited this long. She's uncomfortable. We'll open fire just to hurry things along.
And ITL 41 happened, didn't
Our
it?
colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
In your shepherds, right in the fuck.
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored, Lady knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah, he would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen, because Hayseed Bill and Kipty the Kipt here fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck. You'll die first.
Come on, your brother didn't deserve to do that. Be like that. We find his killer.
Find his killer. Cop. His killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. right here.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
There's something.
All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this.
Thank you, Rhetoric.
Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Renault does not give you the right.
You have no idea about the rights Grenell extends to us.
Okay, what are those?
If I fuck and kill you, hang you to that streetlight by your shit pipes, then that's called a necessary display of force. No one's going to give a shit about dead loincloths. That's reality.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something. Now fire. Fuck them up. Do it. The muscles on your back tense up.
Okay.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
14 to 15. No, don't waste any time.
There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief.
Come on.
Gurgling.
Oh.
Muttering something unintelligible.
Nope. Nope. I knew I had something. There we go. Regular shot.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Dodge it.
You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tugs.
I cannot. I've become immortal. Good.
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot.
Hey, if that hit me, like, it's a good thing I had this on, the Curious on.
Watch out. To your left, the pool is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
God, please.
It says quality without trembling,
He's
face
aiming
pale.
for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot.
7 out of 10. 7 out
Two
of 10.
shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Did he hit him?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
And who screamed?
Glenn, dying
Glenn.
in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds.
Christ.
Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out.
What?
You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger. The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. But he will do it. He is your end. Here it comes. Death.
Reaction speed. Or it's impossible. Did it happen? There it comes.
You simply blink, then something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through.
The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
Just hold on a bit more.
Most of what's down there.
God.
It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just a fear. Even if... Who cares? No one wants you anyway.
What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
My shadow smells
Stay
like
with me.
apricots. Very Vestal?
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
Him.
No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Let me back.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over.
And what ain't?
It was lost 1,000 years ago.
Shut up.
You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door.
Let me back.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep.
I ain't done yet.
And rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world. You're thirsty. Reach for the glass of water by the bed. The world is still there. Sleep some more.
Give endurance.
Hours turn to days.
Oi.
Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
Okay, man, that had me choked up for like about to be choked up.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
In the middle of a freshly cleaned room, the fan above his head like a halo, face covered in bruises. Above his head like a halo. Yeah. He wasn't wearing it.
Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Must be a glitch.
Isn't that written on your...
My gun?
It served you well.
What do they?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
That's the bomber jacket.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay. It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off. Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
Oof. How long have I been
2
out?
days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
Oh, I can't say that.
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The jacket he wasn't wearing in the
The
first
close
place.
proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices.
I still have
He's
it.
done with the jacket.
What happened?
What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued.
He did?
Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
I warned him. I'm a killer of killers.
That you did.
A man of his word. This killer of killers.
As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
I dodged.
Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Eugene.
Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Pole, before she got a jump on me.
3 people died.
Thank you.
3 innocent people
I
died.
killed her. And that's what happened.
Lights a cigarette from his coat. Takes a cigarette from his coat. Lights a bitter smell. Fills the room. I smoked one a day.
This is the one.
The contract is
The
dead.
Pole was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
People killed. Boy.
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
How many casualties?
3. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Theo, he was just too old for combat. All.
Couldn't have gone any
Let's
better.
face it, officer, and this is both of our fault. It could have gone a little better. 6 people are dead. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those 2 armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
How bad?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
What?
We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Become a psycho
Good.
locomotive.
You'll need to be, whatever that is.
Internet station
No.
nearby?
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean-Vic Mayer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Strange.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you.
Did you treat me?
I did.
You know you can do
It's
that.
part of a detective's task chain. You can do it too.
Actually, you can. You can even remove a fractured bullet, it seems.
Huh. Okay.
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much.
Both old and ancient.
Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Alright. That was something. And 5 hours. And this into an endurance stream.
Easy now. How are you?
I feel fantastic. Let's
He nods.
rock. Well, now.
I honestly don't know.
Good. I
Do you? Because we can't talk to Evrard. The harbor's in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling.
Don't think it was a good idea?
I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We
And
really
she-
should...
she's
Oh
gone?
yes. She left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I asked Mr. Gart. Turns out it was a bad idea not to arrest her. But maybe it was a good deed that will pay off in heaven.
You can say.
Who would have figured?
Do I? Do we
I
got
don't know.
we
I
still
think
got
the
someone else?
theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Still the
We
king
should
from a
go
distance.
upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
Absolutely. There's no other way to go about it. We screwed up.
He's made his peace with it. He's had time to do so.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious. There's a little pause. He says nothing as well.
Think about
He
solving
arches
crimes.
his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It's hard.
It really is very hard.
Yep.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are
No.
you?
Are you ready to limp?
Damn
Good.
right.
Where do you want to limp to?
No clue.
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar code, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by the gust.
Oh, we should check
Why
again.
not?
I mean, you said we should check the ballistics again.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
I can walk right through the Kim's room. Yeah, it's been reunited with his right speaker. Five. Oh, I know, it's just... I thought it was like how many skill points I had. But before we do that... I still got a bullet. I can still run with the best of them. Okay, maybe if you don't... Oh, I hope it doesn't randomly give you like, okay, pain. Okay, pain. Guard.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot.
Thank you.
I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
Yeah, so
another thing. Great.
Okay.
Yes?
Okay.
Is there something I can...
Everyone go.
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
Oh, yeah. What happened? You on the balcony?
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a bad ass.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
Yuri? Really hard.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
Oof.
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself. Stepping onto that balcony.
I don't remember everyone who comes here. And many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Oh,
no
thank you.
problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Thank you. You know what? Thank you for the free stay guard.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Titus.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that.
That they didn't. That they didn't. Let's see with your unmistakable respect.
I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
His hand is covered in bruises and half plastered. Still, this hulking lump of man is glad to be alive. This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Now, how can I help you?
Grip is strong and friendly. I'm sorry about what you
Dio
lost.
was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer. An honest tactic, and effective.
And Glenn was my friend.
No,
Best
Gene's
I've
still
ever
alive.
had.
He is
I
right
love
there.
that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
Oh, Shank.
Dennis, you saw him run. He's a mean little shit and I never trusted him. He'd better run real fast now. Real fast.
Titus makes no attempt to hide his disgust. Grief-stricken anger boils in him.
Good people. Sorry, I went like that.
Well, yeah. Memento mori. Right. It
I mean-
means you might die tomorrow. So live every day like it's your last. Ain't that right, fellas?
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. 'Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or syphilis.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
Happens to the Hardy Boys now.
First, we're gonna find Dennis.
I'm going to find Dennis. I'm going to find him, and then I'm going to kill him.
Don't blame you.
The tone of the statement is so matter-of-fact. It's as though he were talking about picking up a morning newspaper on his daily walk around the block.
You got your responsibility. Do what you feel is
The
right.
lieutenant shakes his head, but doesn't say anything. Go ahead then. Maybe they'll only break his legs.
We're hunting that rat down. Let it be known what happens to cowards. And then, I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows, and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy Boys.
What happened to Claudia?
Don't know? Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
You did like it, didn't you?
He did. He nods and takes another sip of whiskey.
Take
Good.
care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
Yeah.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one Hardy boy, copper.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
Elysium could use a man like you, Titus. Just think about it.
I will, capo. That's a promise. Now scoot, 'cause the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Got an achievement.
Good
Good heroes.
point, Bino Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12% tonight.
Oh, and that's about as good a place as any. Oh boy. That. Wild. It's insane all around. For you VOD watchers, you got quite a bit to trek through. Sorry about that. I don't know. I'm kind of overwhelmed a bit at the moment. That and duty calls for me. Gotta do something. So I'll think about it, and then come to start our next stream, we'll talk about that. Cause man, I got a lot of things to sort through. Either way, it's time for me to hit the dusty trail. Whatever trail y'all find yourselves on, I hope they find you well. Bye.